Alright, I think that's good. You know what I should do is I should start with a 5-minute intro just so that it skips the first ad break.
We are the watchers on the wall. Be strong.
I like how the quest where you kill a bunch of spiders and burn their eggs is called Nope. Alright, let's crack this open. Have a drink ski. No, I didn't just spill a little bit on me. It was me. Yo, what's up, Poopy? You know I'm always freaky. Yeah, it's a
We are
weekend.
sword in the
Same as every other
shadows.
weekend.
We serve so others do not have to.
And now we wait.
I have returned.
Hold on, I gotta do what? Sapfly bits? Oh, those are those little bug bees. It shouldn't be too hard. It's DK. Not at all. I like it. And you, little bitch. Get over here, ghosty. You dead. Is a ghost really dead? Was a ghost ever really alive? Ooh, shoulders. I see a shiny. Let's get it. Another one. Ooh. Go, I don't want to go.
I am
Let me
King
go.
Rook, a warrior from an era long past.
Clear myself.
Speak, Wakener. Wind Reaver, you have awakened. What of Klaxivatic? And what is this filth you've brought to our sanctuary? You seek to trade? Preserve the cycle. The Klaxiva you sent has fallen to an adjunct of Her Majesty. This filth defeated the adjunct and saw to my awakening. We do not need help from the lesser races. Dispose of
Made it to the moon, which has air.
right away, Klaxiva.
Are you talking about the outer? You're playing something else now. You're probably not playing the outer. What was it you were playing? Outer. Fuck, I played that game, but you were talking about it too. I remember when it came out. I don't want. I say outer. Oh, it was the Outer Wilds because there was two games that came out at the same time. There was the Outer Wilds and there was something else. The Outer Worlds, I think. Yeah, I think it was called the Outer Worlds. Yeah. Okay. So you're playing the Outer Wilds. Man, I just want to get to level 70. Finish this character. Damn, these guys are fucking squishy. Nice. Okay. Yeah, this way. Okay.
I have many lucky doos you like.
Yay.
Return. I heed the call of the Klaxi.
Alright, now we can go back.
So, the will of the Klaxi is eternal. Much has changed. The cycle is eternal. The cycle will be preserved.
Man, not even a level from all those quests. That's kind of fucking sad. Why the bugging out like that? Who's bugging out, me or your game? I know I'm dead. Oh, you fucking bitch. I was wondering if you're trying to make a bug or not. A fucking pun. You have to excuse me. Tonight I'm not only tired and fucking blazed, but I've also been drinking. So I'm like the triple threat of stupid. My brain will make mistakes, so get your clip buttons ready. Oh shit, like right now I'm gonna die. Why am I dying? Because I forgot where my heal button was. I got it though. I'm good. See? Back to full health. Too far, I guess. Where's the rest of the fucking Dread Amber dudes? They're all gone? Did I leave the area again? I'm so confused. Ugh. Why did they just quit spawning, bro? What the fuck is this? There's one. Got him. Alright, that one's done. Get over here. I feel like I cannot help but say get over here when I yank someone. Like, you gotta say it.
Preserve the cycle.
Oh, no. Don't you try and sneak in regular quests. Fuck you. I don't do those.
Do you have something of value? The will of the galaxy is eternal. We have mutual goals. Fight well. Lay waste to our foes. Their death will be swift. The Empress must fall. Leave me now. The galaxy have called.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, sure, we'll go do some more egg shit. Gotta crack a few eggs to make a few omelets, right? It's just here. Hey, Poopy, are you still there in chat right now? Can you hear me? No? Okay, cool. I'm gonna tell this story to nobody then. So I was on it's kind it's kind of messed up. But it was a real thing. It wasn't like a making fun of situation video. It was an actual video. This guy on YouTube had a YouTube short, and I guess he's schizophrenic, and he has a dog, and his dog assists him by letting him know who's real and who's not. Because when he sees somebody that he thinks he sees, and his dog doesn't respond to the person he thinks he sees, then he knows that it's just a hallucination. And I'm like, damn, that's so smart, but also kind of like fucked up. Like, this person has to live in that reality. That's crazy. Couldn't imagine. Like, being that, like, unable to distinguish a real person from a person in my head that I made up, you know? It's just like... Sometimes I think, like, man, if you can't tell and you're actually a schizo, would you know if you're a schizo? Unless someone told you and pointed it out. Like, would you just have people that you think exist in your life that aren't really there? They can convince you that you don't eat. Yeah, no, exactly. It is dangerous. It's good that he has a dog to help him in his system. It wasn't really like that. It was just more like... I guess the way that the video was done by the guy was done very tongue-in-cheek. It wasn't really done as like an educational video, so it kind of could have come off as like somebody was just making fun of it at first. But after I watched the whole thing, I was just like, oh man, that's actually kind of crazy. You want to get a service dog? So like, what is it that's stopping you from getting one? Do you have like allergies to dogs or something? Is there like restrictions in your state? They can train dogs to sniff out anything. My dog is like a fucking sniffer. He sniffs everything. Doesn't matter if he sniffed it before. He'll sniff something every single time he passes it just to make sure it smells the same. He's like a quadruple checker. I swear he'd be a good sniffer dog. I mean, if you trained him. If you didn't train him, he'd be terrible because he has no like self-discipline. So he'd just be like sniffing everything. You'd be like, man, this dog thinks everything is drugs. Like you said, you train the dog. I like to let my dog sniff lots of stuff because it's like what he enjoys. As long as it's not bad things, you know? He likes to smell the flowers and smell the grass and just take in the world. He's a big sniffer boy.
You are far from home.
Better with age. That's cheesy. So like doing just doing a Google search doesn't bring up anything in your area, or like even like non-immediate area, like your general state. I'm not sure which state you live in, so I don't know how big your state is. I know that the states can vary from like extremely small, like Rhode Island, all the way like Texas. So Michigan. Oh, it's like a, I'd say that's a medium rare size state. It's like medium, but on the light side of medium. Good chunk, good chunk. Michigan is definitely a weird state, though. There's also like the only state that's got like a big of water, kind of like right in the middle of it there. I don't know what that means, larger landmass and population. I don't know, man. It looks like Rhode Island's got a lot of open space here. It's basically just Providence and Newport where you have anything built up at all. This is just all rural. No, I kind of know what you were saying. I was just saying, like, to me, it didn't make sense because it's like all land masses are bigger than the population. Otherwise, you'd be overflowing into the sea. I always feel like people talking about overpopulation, I'm sorry, but I don't agree with it. You consider the fact that you could fit the entire world's population into like, what is it, 50 square kilometers? If you fit everybody 6 feet apart. Like, it's actually really insane how not overpopulated the world is. We're just really mismanaged. That's basically what it comes down to. Planet Earth has enough to support way more people than it currently has. It's just not in the way that we currently manage our societies. We're not overpopulated. We just let wealthy people decide that it's just exactly. We're mismanaged. It's like if you go to any fucking business or any corporation or any factory and it's like a shit show and you're wondering why, it's like because the people at the top are taking all the money and mismanaging everything so that they can walk away later with like, it sucks to suck. Everybody else is holding the bag. We move on. We open another factory somewhere else and do the same thing. Rinse and repeat. Like, people will never get it. I don't put my hands up for nobody. Not even the police. War Scout. Gotta get him. Where is he? Oh, hold on, is that the guy that's level 60 something? Oh, is he gonna? Oh wait, I'm level 65 now. I'm good. Fuck you up, buddy. A yak. You're not gonna get that. Hey, he came to save the day. Thank you, guy. Yeah, it's like the same shit in Canada. You want to see something crazy about where Canada is? I'm gonna show you an infographic here. Hold on. That way I can still see chat. Let's see if this will bring it up. I'm trying to think of like, yeah, this is a good one right here. Trying to find the proper percentage. 50%. This is where 50% of Canadians live. In that tiny little section, just in one province. The rest of the country is completely cut out. No work, that's it. It's half our population. 70% of our population lives under this line here. So if you just like the border, if you just split where your border is, meets what is the 49th parallel, 72% of our population lives underneath the 49th parallel. Yeah, it's little. Yeah, it's little America. And I was about to say too, if USA actually just moved the whole, but just took everything up to the 49th parallel right there, like Canada would just be a bunch of people in the woods. Really. It's such a weird situation. I used to live over here. I used to live in this town called Abbotsford. Right, so Abbotsford is like right on the border, and then we'd go across the border into this town called Sumas, and we would go shopping at Sumas, and we'd bring our groceries home because it was cheaper, way fucking cheaper to buy our groceries there. But that was like back in like the mid 90s. I liked living there. It's really chill. There's this really big river called the Fraser River. You could go fishing and pull out these giant salmons all the time and shit. Awesome, cool stuff. BC is definitely a lot more happening than Ontario is. Unless you're like, if you're a city slicker, Ontario is like, you got your New York or LA vibe. Otherwise, it's like, if you're not into that kind of like lifestyle, bro, you gotta go live somewhere else. Cause you're gonna live fucked up here. All the legal centers in Canada. It's kind of funny to think about. It's like Canada's ripe for the taking. Everything's just set up. You don't even need to change the infrastructure. You just gotta slap new names on the billboards. You just gotta remove the little fucking maple leaves from all of the signs, like our McDonald's. I don't know if you can see it, but right here on the logo in the center, there's a tiny little maple leaf, so you know it's Canadian McDonald's and not American McDonald's. And so like, if you guys annexed us, you'd just basically just be like, okay, paint that yellow. Like all the tiny little, everywhere that we have maple leaves would just get painted over. No more maple leaves. It's like the easiest annex ever. Just a little bit of paint and like 12 soldiers, and you could take over Canada. Okay, and maybe an Apache helicopter. Yeah, I agree with that. The Lakeland culture. The Lakeland droplet, yeah, Lakeland culture. I agree in that sense. It breeds a very kind of like rich person that wants to act like they're not rich. They're like, I have so much money, but I'm gonna go live in the woods and do all these things that like people who are poor would do and act like I'm poor but have all this millions of dollars. Like, it's such a weird culture, man. And then like they don't have any problems, so they create problems because they're like, I'm bored of life, man. Everything's too good, man. I think the worst thing is in the summer. If you live in Toronto or anywhere near Toronto, you have this highway. I'm gonna bring up the internet one more time here. So you have this highway. It's called the 400 series highway. Maps. And it starts in Toronto, right here, and it splits and goes east and west. The 401, the 407, right? 407 is just like an expressway to the 401, but that's not a big deal. So the 401 goes all the way like this way, and then the 401 goes all the way this way, and then it meets in Windsor, where it goes across the bridge into Detroit. So that goes like all the way through like Hamilton, all the small major cities in Toronto, Southern Ontario. And then the 400 goes north through a town, Barrie. I used to live here a long time ago. And it just keeps going. And it keeps fucking going. And it keeps fucking going. And it keeps fucking going. And then it splits finally at this town called Sudbury. And that's like... I wish I had a ruler. Is there a ruler on here? No. There's no ruler. Shit. Pretty far distance. I could tell you right now, though. Let's see. 387 kilometers. Right, so that's the highway. That's what you would take, this big blue highway. And like, bro, in the summer, every Friday or Thursday on a long weekend, going north, it is packed from here all the way to here, like fucking bumper to bumper. And then on Sundays, all the way back, because everybody from the city, everybody from Hamilton, everybody from fucking Kitchener, Waterloo, London, like they're all going up Niagara Falls. Even from fucking Buffalo, you get people crossing over in New York and Michigan, and they go all the way up into the fucking Northern Ontario, and they take this one way, and it just clogs. It's just a fucking giant highway that's clogged all the way north. It gets fucked every weekend for like 4 months straight. Shout out to Hamilton. It ends at Chicago. Oh, that highway? It keeps going through like Detroit. It just becomes a different highway through the states and ends in Chicago. Interesting. I didn't know that. I've only ever gone as far as the bridge, and then I've never been in Detroit. Just looked across the river. I'm like, hello, Detroit. I think the Detroit skyline looks good, but that's about as far as I'd ever really be interested in going into Detroit. I've been to Windsor, and I've seen what this side looks like. I'm like, if it's anything like this side, no. The Lakelands border stretches to Chicago. Okay, that makes more sense. Alright, let's get back to leveling. Also, let's throw a couple of these talent points in. What do I got here? Yeah, powered new weapon. That sounds cool. Hey. That's better. Yeah. There's so many fucking cooldowns on this class. I want to cry. You don't even understand. Good God. I have a headache. I don't have enough buttons for all these cooldowns. You know what I'm starting to realize, I think? Modern MMOs aren't made for small screens. For example, on my screen here, you've got my health bar, all of my abilities here at the bottom, my experience bar here. You have my chat box under my camera. Just like that. You've got my damage meter. If I have a raid, you've got the raid box up here. Got all the buffs here. You've got the map here, and you've got your quest log here. You have the information box that pops up in the bottom right. shows you anything about all of your little like abilities and shit. And then you've got all these little icons down here. They're all so tiny. And it's like, I'm playing on a 60-inch television. So I have screen space. So I can shrink everything down and move it around and have lots of room in the middle to see what's going on. But when I go over to my 32-inch screen, I have two choices. Either have everything so large that I can't see what's going on my fucking screen, or shrink everything down to the size that you would see it relative to this screen. But on that screen, it's so small, you can't read anything. There's no option in between. It's either so small you can't read everything, or so big it clutters your whole screen. Unless you've got a large enough screen. Like, it's such a weird problem that never existed before, but like I realized it today when I was setting up my wife's UI in her game. I was like, man, you can't have your stuff like I have my stuff because your screen's too small and you can't shrink your shit that small or else you're not gonna be able to read anything. So what you do, like, that's a design issue, in my opinion. Come on, buddy. Let's go. Come on, buddy. Out the ball. Come on, buddy. Let's go. Come on, buddy. Yeah. Did he puke? He came out, he's like, bleh. When I hear I stuck a wild landing, I think of somebody like ripping a fucking sick skate trick at a skate park. Why did you start attacking that, you stupid? Jeez, that was random. Just started getting my ass whooped. Oh, shit. Totally forgot to put my cam back on when I was showing them a chat. I only hide my chat because sometimes people say absolutely ridiculous things in it. And it's usually just obnoxious spam, so better safe than sorry. Also, you know, it hides identities of people that might log in and out, show their names and shit. Don't want people getting doxxed. No, you don't. I mean, more than anything, you don't want to be getting other people doxxed. You get a lot of trouble for that. Oh, there we go. My power level just fell off again. Taking me like fucking 20 minutes to kill one enemy. This guy's out healing the damage I'm dealing. What the fuck? Shit, man. We just not, please. Let's just. There we go. Okay. Got a couple heals out there. Nice. Bruh, I hate this fucking mount sometimes. You can never get just like an accurate placement like this. I want to just like land here. Easy, right? Oh, with the other mount, you gotta just like, I can't land on anything. Cool concept, terrible execution, in my opinion. Alright, let's open up some boxes. Oh, I finally got Funeral Pyre, nice. What the fuck is this? Ants? Ants go there. It's kind of odd that it didn't give me like any belts really. Oh, hold on, I got two there that it didn't sort out. That's why. And gloves. Yes, okay. Oh, wait, there's one more pair of bracers. Okay, let's see. 234, 262. So we're gonna go with 262. Got Mastery or Haze. What's Mastery in this guy again? Oh, Mastery. And then 234, 248, 276. Just a 1, 276? Okay, I guess it's critical strike. $76. Nice. I think 276 is the highest I'm going to pick up right now. Oh man, are you going to give me anything decent? So we got mastery or mastery. Okay. Speed. Mastery. Fuck, my mastery is at 82% right now. Damn. Avoidance, avoidance. 276, 276. Versatility it is. I'll take haste, sure. I'm cool with that. I'm not gonna cry. Actually, I guess I'll portal first. I never need to justify hiding chat to you. I'm justifying hiding chat to everybody that's in chat, not just you. Did I go through my helmets? Why do I feel like I didn't? No, I did. I didn't change my shoulder or my boots. Okay, perfect. That's all I did need to. Damn, I missed that. Too bad it's shit. Ad break is about to start in 5 minutes. I've noticed that it never really seems to be actually accurate to when it starts, because it'll say that it's starting like 40 seconds after it starts and then like end like a minute before it usually says. Like, it's so weird. Game bug down you. Time to launch Star Wars. Nice. Time to get your MMO on. Yeah, get out of here, Thundering Orb. We got Funeral Pyre now. Then we'll stick Slacy McDicey, Wildfire, and Meteor Storm in there. Did I pick up anything new and useful? Nope. They being marketing companies. I think I missed the first half of that. Oh, the scripts they use are fucking atrocious. The scripts, what do you mean? Like the programming scripts? Or like an actual script? For the ads? Oh, okay, yeah. Alright, so we've got 2 mastery gems. Hold on. 276, 276. Take that out. Mastery. And haste. And then another mastery gem. Then down here, put in 2 crits and a haste gem. And then in this one, rare mastery gem. A rare crit. No, it's not a rare. It's just a regular. Oh well. Main stat first. Haste, versatility, other versatility. More versatility. Each, I guess. Here. So making sure I'm not missing any gems hiding away. I have 2 over here. That. Not gonna use them probably. Oh, maybe. Give myself some more armor, some more leech. Ah, that didn't take. Cool. No, you want to be a dickhead? Right. Speed gem, so I move faster. Like the Flash. Meow. Man, I got the shittiest gems the entire time through this playthrough. I think that's part of the reason why I haven't been enjoying playing this Death Knight, is the shitty gems. Look at that. I got for currency. Wait, did I? 20,000, 60,000, not bad. Wonder if I can make another 10 grand before I hit level 70. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Now I'm smacking foos. How long was that delay tell you when you come back? You're back? Well, it said that the ads ended a while ago. So, it's weird. It doesn't know what the fuck's actually going on. Wait, what happened to my stun? Did I not have a stun? What did I think I had a stun? What's wrong with me? Have I been smoking crack? No. Surely it's not me. It must be them. Oh? I want to fight that guy. I don't want to fight these guys anymore. Do I fight him by myself? You think I could take him? Think I could take this guy? I don't know. Stealth build, you have 2 stuns that make you a pain in the ass in PvP, one of which can be used in combat, but you have 2 combat stuns all. Sounds like fucking rogue. Old school rogue. Old school rogue and old school warlock are total pains in the fucking ass, bro. Like a rogue could just like stun lock you until you were dead. And then like walk circles around you while you're sapped out for 60 seconds and then like taunt you and then finish you off. It was so toxic. And then like warlocks are like the same as spellcasters. They would just like damage you and then fear you, and as you ran away throw a bunch of dots on you and then blow you up as you ran back. You couldn't do anything while they threw all the dots on you. Because the dots don't do enough damage to break the fear. Only straight damage does. It's usually how I play in PvP. I call it grinder. Playing the grinder. Where you just, like... You're impactful, but not in a way of, like, being a carry or being, like, any of these things. You're just an annoyance that has to be answered and, like, a fucking problem. And you split their attention and you break them up and you just, like... disrupt. You know what I mean? So, like, for example, one thing I'll do, like, this is a completely different game, but, like, if I'm playing League of Legends, I love to just play, like, a tanky support character, and then, like, at the end of the game, when everything's in the laning phase, just split off from the other 4 people and keep pushing one lane, and keep pushing that lane, and pushing that lane, and pushing that lane, and then, like, drop out if I start getting pushed back, and then go to a different lane and start pushing that lane, so that, you know, they're all at the top, so I go, okay, I'll go to the bottom, teleport to the base, and run to the bottom with a fast spell. So now their whole team's like, oh, we gotta get to the bottom and stop this guy, and then my team's up at the top, but I just cleared, you know what I mean? It's just like, not with the team, but for the team, right? And it's like, I'm like that in a lot of PvP, where it's like everybody's here, and I'm over here, like, so maybe everybody's distracting in a fight, and I'm sneaking up in the back, and I grab the flag and capture the flag and run it back before anybody, like, notices, like, where the fuck is this guy? And shit like that, like... Always a fucking problem. Yeah, or slowing them down so other teammates can get the scores and shit like that. That's also a big favorite of mine. Especially when you're stealthy. You can hide in, like, spots where they won't know you're there, or they won't think you're there, and then as they go by, be like, boop, fuck you, and then they're stuck, and then your team just goes, and they're like, oh, I'm so angry. I like that gameplay too, because I'm a very big believer in putting your opponent on tilt, and that shit puts your opponent on tilt so easy, especially like with most gamers. They're very, like, not mentally conditioned to even think about, like, tilt and just, like, mental games in games like that. So you get under your opponent's skin most of the time, is going to be to your advantage. Before they start stealth checking every corner. Yeah, but that's time and resource wasted. Now you got them doing something that they don't need to fucking do, so now you can take opportunity of that, right? Like, it's that whole they know we know we we know they know we know they know we know that they know that we know. Like, who knows them? it's I don't know how to explain it, but there's a whole, like, tactic to that mindset in gameplay. I like it. Platforming little shit. Looking for turtles, but can't find none. They're all dead. I can't think of anything that rhymes with none that's appropriate for that. I could throw the meat on a bun. This isn't any fun. The second one was actually pretty good. It was just too complainy. Come on. One more. One more. Show me the turtle. Show me the turtle. And here's the turtle. I just realized I never. That might be part of the reason why. Shit. Okay. Also, I got new ones. I never re-enchanted my weapon from the first time that I got a weapon. Bitches. Over here, turtle boy. You're not turtly enough for the turtle club. They sent me to kill you. Bro, I cut that turtle so fast, when its blood spilled, it was still blue. That's a good feeling.
Speak. The will of the galaxy is eternal.
I'm gonna make it to 66. Really? It didn't level? I hate these quests here. You suck. Your bug quests do nothing for me. Okay, I'll take the blue chest card. Now what do I gotta do? Amber's life. Alright. Let's go do Amber's life. Fuck me. Sure. And then this. I forgot to do it still. Max runic power by 24. Attacks have a chance to increase runic power generation by 24% for 8 seconds. 44% weapon damage, extra is frost damage, and increases your vulnerability to frost. Okay. Death, war, famine, pestilence. Fallen Crusader. Yeah. Just give myself a little trans bonky bonky.
Sharp brows.
Bro, why would you have a settlement on Tatooine? It's all sand. Sand gets everywhere. It gets in places you didn't even know you had. Oyster farming? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just saying that's like a fucking 3 out of 10 location for me. Oyster farming or not, I won't get caught dead there. I only give it a 3 out of 10 because they have good jamming music. You're only here because you live Jawas. Jawas are lord. Jawas are king. So if you had 1,000 of Yoda's race, like 1,000 people from Yoda's race, not Jedi, it's just regular beings of his race, versus 1,000 Jawas, who do you think would win? Actually, I think I have an even better one. But I want the answer on that still first. They're alluded to having a natural affinity for the Force. Oh, okay. I tried to like look up what's about their race first before I asked that question. It said that they're just like carnivorous people that I don't know. They didn't really say anything about the Force, so I figured like just their race in general wasn't. It was just like maybe like a societal thing. Okay, then my other question. 1,000 Ewoks versus 1,000 Jawas. But yeah, no, I usually only consider canon lore when I'm looking into things because people tend to be really bitchy about things that aren't canon. Wait, do I just fight this guy? Oh, I do. Okay. Let's go, bro. Do you think that the Ewoks would win if it was in their forests, like when they fought against the Empire? Or do you think they would still lose? Yeah, they are very good technological engineers, and that was my very first thought. I was like, man, the technological capabilities might give them a big edge. Especially if they're not in an Ewok forest where the Ewoks know the land and they know all their little preset traps and stuff. Alright, we're gonna try this again and not die. Alright, then what about... Hold on, I can't remember what the race is called. And I have to fight this guy before I die. So, give me 1 sec. It's gonna be Jawas, though. It's gonna be 1,000 versus 1,000. Oh yeah, that's what it's called. Okay, so 1,000 Jawas versus 1,000 Gungans in a desert. Not in the Tatooine desert, just in a random desert. Who wins? Yeah, who wins? Everybody but the Gungans. I knew you were gonna say something like that. Gungans always lose. I always forget about this stupid fucking hole. Pumpkins are amphibious. Good catch, good catch. There's a reason why I said in the middle of the desert. How much fucking water is there in the desert? In the oasis, that's it. They gotta find it. If they can't find an oasis, they just lose the fight, period. If they can find the oasis, it's a resource war, and they're still probably gonna lose. Because it's just stuck at a choke point. They can't do anything or go anywhere other than that one spot. Just wait it out, man. It's a siege at that point. It's a lose no matter how you look at it. Plus, also, Jawas are proficient in a desert. Okay, so then flip it around. 1,000 Jawas and 1,000 Gungans in a marsh. Actually, I'm gonna pick a specific location. Just because it'll be better if I pick a specific spot. Sure, yeah, that works. So 1,000 Gungans and 1,000 Jawas have a fight to the death in the swamps of Dagobah. I don't know. I don't think that that means anything. I don't think that having a bigger center of mass just means you're going to lose automatically. I don't think there's, like, especially once you have technology involved, I think that really just makes all that kind of stuff more obsolete. Yeah, Dagobah, you know, like where the X-Wing crashes. I got it right this time, the X-Wing. What? Don't Gungans have like super advanced underwater technology and shit? Or am I crazy? I swear they have like a whole entire underwater city with like fucking hypersonic vehicles. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they have technology. It's not like they aren't capable of having technology and stuff. So I feel like the technology of the Gungans isn't going to necessarily be any less or outpace the Jawas. I feel like they'd be on par. But what do they have for weaponry? Because I've never really seen it. You see a little bit of it, right? They have an electro pole, a shield generator, an assault cannon. Yeah, no, they ain't got shit. Sonic cannon. So they'll blast you with some sound and they'll put bubbles around you and then zap you with some electricity poles. Yeah, literally orb. Naboo Gungans are pacifists. Yeah, I know. They're pacifists, but not by like, oh, you know what, we could beat you and we're not gonna beat you. They're pacifists because they're a bunch of bitches. There was a no, I'm just talking about like what you see from like the movies though, and like maybe some of the like books or TV canon. I was honestly, I'm sure that since the beginning of me talking about this, I was sure that there's like other types of Gungans out there too. Naboo's a planet, not just like a tiny little like country or something. So just like human beings, I've always been like, maybe there's different Gungans somewhere else on the planet that live inside the fucking core of the Earth, and they're like molten ones or something. I don't know, you know, just shooting this shit. That would be cool. Live on the moon. You're like, fuck you, we're leaving and going to the moon. We're gonna be moon Gungans. I don't think there's I mean, I'm thinking of our moon. I was gonna say, I don't think there's a lot of water on the moon, but their moon might be more lush than the planet they were fucking on, for all we know. Wouldn't that be a trip? Wouldn't it be sick as fuck if our moon was like this lush, green, thriving fucking like microplanet that orbited our planet? I don't think it would. I think it would be like, if it was like that, you know that nobody would ever get to go there except for all the rich people, and they would make it their mission to just like fucking dominate the whole fucking thing and make it their like little fucking rich person hideout. Ads. Are you getting ads right now? Supposed to do we just oh, okay, I see. But where do I get more? I'm not seeing it. Is it in the water? Oh, I thought I was getting it from the crocodiles. Jeez.
The will.
There's a little amber right there.
Yes, Wakener. Preserve the cycle.
Why is my experience gain so fucking pathetically low on this character? Like every character they get less and less experience gain than the last one. My first one was like 210, my last one was 170, this one's only at 140 at basically the same level now. Oh, if you had ads, you missed anything, you may have said, yeah, you could have, you could have said that, I guess. I asked you, I was like, do you have an ad? And then you didn't respond. And I was like, do you have an ad? And you didn't respond. And I was like, oh, you must have an ad. Because it told me there's an ad break, but you were still talking, so I wasn't sure if you even had one. How many of this guy is there? 3? 4? What is this shit? You got a chicken box on your back? That's dumb as fuck, man.
Speak. We are done.
What do I... Oh, in the hole again. These holes need to stop too. Just enough of that. If I wanted to go in and out of holes all night, I'd go lay down with my wife. Just saying. Good, are we fucking done with these bug quests?
You seek to trade.
See you later, bug boys. Oh no. I still have one quest left to do. Pretty cool. Any other hypotheticals? No, not right now. Actually, sure. 1,000 Qui-Gon Jinns versus 1,000 Darth Mauls. Inside a hangar bay on the Death Star. I specifically chose those two characters for a reason, and I'm sure you know the reason. I just want to see what your input on the whole thing is going to be. Because, like, 1 versus 1, we all know how that turns out, but do you think it would shift if there was 1,000 versus 1,000, or do you think all 1,000 Darth Mauls would get the drop on all 1,000 Qui-Gons? You did witness 10 Qui-Gon Jinns and 10 Darth Mauls in Brawl of Modded Jedi.
There is much to be done.
That's fucking perfect. I love it. Honestly, I feel like the more people you add, it's either going to become better or a lot worse for the Darth Mauls. Because you're either just going to start killing each other, or like just killing extra Qui-Gons. Like every Darth Maul you add adds a second edge to a lightsaber, right? But like less technical skill? I don't know. He was a pretty skilled fighter, honestly. It was a mess at first. Server was edited to enable realistic saber dismemberment. Okay, I like that shit. I like realistic. Except only if it doesn't fuck up the gameplay to make it dumb as shit. The Mauls kept bisecting each other as they run to charge at the... See, that's kind of what I was thinking. I'm like, they'd either, depending on like how they're arranged and like the tactics, they'd either slice each other open or slice open extra Qui-Gons as the Qui-Gons are coming in to fight. Like, interesting, yeah. Monty Python-esque. Have at thee. I will bite your ankles. It is merely a flesh wound. Is that not what he says when he slices his arm off? It's like, it's merely a flesh wound. I've always found that line to be quite hilarious because it's like, all wounds are flesh wounds. I mean, I understand the meaning of merely a flesh wound, but it's like technically every wound is a flesh wound. Some of them are just much worse than a flesh wound. Fuck was that? Wasn't a stink bug. I know it might have been weird that it just smelled my finger, but I crushed a random like beetle that was on my desk, and I wanted to make sure it wasn't like a stink bug, so I smelled it to make no, it wasn't a stink. Half the Qui-Gon Jinns fell into the reactor core, and half the balls jumped in. What, after the Qui-Gons? Like, I'm coming after you. Look at this guy. He's like, I have to have all the enemies. Nobody else can have any. Bro, that's pretty wild. Bro, I feel like I've been on level 66 for like 2 hours. Why is this so grindy? Oh yeah, because they only get 140%. Just give me your fucking tail, bro. Let me go for this quest. Fucking hate underwater quests. Fuck off. I killed like 5 of these fuckers and they won't give me a tail. Finally, thank you. Just give me some tail, bro. Basically, yeah. Huh?
You will prove useful. Preserve the cycle. You are expendable.
This is fucking pathetic. Okay, you don't get any more experience threads after 65. Nice. Beautiful. I don't have time to wait for you to walk your slow ass up here. Just come on, bro. Let's do this. Yep. Just take it. Take it like a man. What is this thing? Fucking drowning? Hold on. Oh, I'm not drowning. Oh, my fucking funeral pyre. Why was it dealing so much damage to me, though? Oh,
My life for the galaxy.
good. I don't want more of your quests. Did someone kill him that quick? Wow, okay. Sure. Hello? Where are the quests? Why are they not appearing? There we go.
You have the eyes of one who has traveled much.
Yeah, I think that's the thing I hate most about this expansion is you spend so much time flying around looking for entrances in the sides of fucking trees and caves and holes in the ground to find where the fucking shit is hidden. So fucking annoying, man. I think this is one of the worst designed expansions when it comes to actual layout of like the world and the quests, and like it's just, I don't know. They didn't get back on their footing to Legion, honestly. Like, the original dev team, when it was under Blizzard, before they got bought out by Activision, pre-2008, they had a game plan leading all the way up to Wrath of the Lich King. And then, everything after that, I'm sure that they had ideas and stuff, but like, it was all new, and none of it was concrete. So whenever they sold off to Activision, they took ownership of all those ideas. And so I'm sure that they like had their own input and manipulated a lot of it and switched a lot of it. And you know, Activision being Activision it's a different company than Blizzard, so they're gonna approach it differently. And like, you can see when you play Cataclysm, the amount of recycled assets that they used compared to all the previous expansions and their approach to it. Because it was the first expansion that wasn't one continent. It was just a bunch of areas all over the world, or revamped stuff. And then Pandaria, they're like, okay, well, we're going to make another whole continent now. And they went too far with their fresh ideas, in my opinion. They went too far with trying to make the game their own and not sticking to what made Warcraft Warcraft. the fuck? Leveled up again. This dude really picked a fight with a horde of zombies and a death knight. Zombies aren't too impressive? Yeah, but when you have a horde of them, I don't know. I feel like it's just something, not a good choice. When you have a death knight in the middle of them, commanding them.
Is trouble brewing?
But I'll be straight with you. I don't like zombies. I think zombies are lame enemies. I've always I've never been a huge fan of zombies. Zombie games never appeal to me either.
Welcome.
Out of like all the supernatural villains, zombies scare me the least. Like, I feel like if you put 1,000 zombies versus 1,000 anything else will win. Like 1,000 zombies versus 1,000 mummies, the mummies win. 1,000 zombies versus 1,000 arisen skeletons, the skeletons will fucking win. 1,000 zombies versus 1,000 vampires, vampires absolutely dominate the fucking zombies. Like werewolves win. Like, it all wins. Zombies are at the very bottom of the fucking totem pole for scary ass creatures. It's rotting flesh that's driven by instinct and nothing else. Like, it's easily manipulatable, it's easily predictable, you can use the argument that some people do. You're like, well, you have zombies like Left 4 Dead, but I don't consider those real zombies, because those zombies were twisted and manipulated just to create an excuse to make zombies try and be cooler than they are. No one had to do that with anything else. And when they did try to do it with like Twilight, look at how joking laughable it was. Like, you can't just make up bullshit. Be like, oh, well, zombies can run fast now, and zombies can like spit acid now, and zombies are intelligent now, and there's zombies that can talk. And I was like, no, there's not. That's not what zombies are. That's not how that works. You can't just start making up new rules and be like all these things so the zombies now have an advantage. Zombies are shit. The only people to die to zombies were the ones who'd probably be taken out by a Kinder Surprise, basically. Hey, did you get ads? Okay. It seems like it's on time right now.
May you find mastery in your passions. Family, friends, food. These are what matters.
May your days bring you joy. Greetings. I hope to see you again soon.
Jade Serpent, guide you. Sit down. Have a drink. It is great to see you again. I would stay longer, but I need to find out what has happened to the rest of the Storm Scouts. I sincerely hope our paths cross again.
I'm just curious. I get 3 of them now? It's actually fucking hilarious. Death advance, death advance, death advance. I am Superman. Look at how fast I run. Oh, they stack too. Ha 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 ha. That's amazing. Freak out. Do 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 do. Ooh, do 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 do. I put a point there. I need 2 points there. That's lame. I'm at 67, and the next one I'm gonna get is at 68, and then the last one at 70. So we got 1, 2, 3. Oh, man. Man. What's this do? Sprout an additional limb. I don't know if I want to be growing extra arms now. Come on. It seems so useless though. Like, really. Who knows what kind of limb it'll be? Be a third leg. Could have no. It's an arm. Comes out of your back. And it's just like, and it hits shit. I already know what it does. I feel like that's better. I need to see if there's any I can purge out of here. Generate a rune and grant runic corruption. I don't really care about those, and I just realized that. I need another point in something though. Powers Gargoyle and Army of the Dead. Guess I'll throw a point in that. I have to have a point in something, so that'll be the one I take. Gives me 2 points to use. I just realized I had 2 points in there. Actually, should I just stack Death Coil points? Now that I'm really thinking about it. Whoops. It's actually decent. What's Death Coil do for damage right now? 5,000? This 7,000. 15% more is going to be like 750 more. Maybe like 800 more. It's still weaker than my other two attacks. It's not worth it. You can stack it twice, 30%. So you're talking 1600 damage. Oh, hold on. That puts it up to like 7 grand. Still weak. It's a good chunk increase, but it's still weak. Like that's 9 grand right there, but it's 1.5 cooldown. Decisions. What's the difference in Scourge Strike? Hold on. I'll put 2 points into just some bullshit for now. So it does 3 and 3, so it's like 6100 damage. So I do gain a bit of a DPS damage increase by switching to that. Okay. Guess we'll get Unholy Assault and then oh, I just noticed how that okay, I see the synergy here now. So Rotten Touch. And then what, I'm 67? 68 I'll get one. 69 I'll get one more. So I can put a point into Improved Death Coil. So when this procs, I use Death Coil, which then makes my Clawing Shadows do more damage. So I want to be like hitting them with auto attacks, a lot of auto attacks. So haste is going to matter too. So if I have one more point, it's got to go into here. If I could find another point to move to here from somewhere, that would be nice. What about here? Ooh. I feel like that is the right choice. What do these 2 points do? Axe over back? Yeah. Cool. So did that only work with the empowered ones? Sudden Doom causes your next Death Coil to also increase. Okay, yeah. So when you use the empowered version, when it's all like lit up. Why is that lit up for? Weird. feel like at this point, I should definitely queue for some raids though. Cool. What's going on here, sir? That was fast. I mean, I'll go.
Shanna, you're up! Looks like I'm in the market for a new assistant. Let's settle this. Don't think you won. My legacy will live on.
Bitches. You dare close the fucking door on me? You know who I am?
Vol'jin's revolutionaries. You've made it. Have you found Thrall?
Look, brothers, the Wickener is here. They made it this far? I told you the others needed some microsonic genetic alterations.
Microsonic genetic alterations. Okay. Just fly over my head like that, I guess.
Far greater than they.
I tried to tell him that
It matters not. The old one will not suffer their intrusion. We have endured the usurpers, their children, the lost.
damn Hellscream, his ambition tore.
We will slay you all as easily as we slew the Pandaren of old. And then the old one will remake this world for the Vantage. Come, children of the Titans. You face the Paragons. Avenge me. You move too slowly. Until I catch any prey. You now face me. Curse this chitinous shell. I was trusting them.
Did it bug out? Aha, get it? It bugged out.
Time for a little target practice. I could have used some enhancements. You now face the Prime. Bow down. Chaos is all. How about the game? Curse this chitinous shell. I was not trusting them. Return me. Oh, so many wonderful varieties. Calculation is incorrect. Yes, I'm the careful. I never discovered. Stopper is dead. Go back.
To your arachnads, huh? Finally! That's what I was trying to put in before the fight with Trailblazer. Let's go. Now look how fast I run. It's like, meow. Trailblazer, you over there.
It is not too late, Garrosh. Lay down the mantle of War Chief. We can end this here, now, with no more bloodshed. Ha! Do you remember nothing of honor? of glory on a battlefield. You who would parley with the humans, who allowed warlocks to practice their dark magics right under our feet. You are weak. We are the Orcish Horde, the true Horde. We die, bloody and thrashing on the field of battle, like true orcs should. You are an orc no longer, and speak for none but yourself. You betrayed our people to forge your fragile alliances, and I will take great pleasure in tearing them apart. Then you have
Some people's. That's a cool transmog. I like that. What are you, a mage? Shaman. Okay.
spirits of the
You.
wind, the earth,
Alright.
the water.
These are some cool swords.
Come to my
Ah, yes. Classic. Is it Frost Mage? What are you doing, Frost Mage? I want that set though. I like those shoulders. It's like, that's fucking sick. What are you? Kinda cool. I think this shoulder looks lame. Needs more detail. You're just using your generic, like,
Powerless, Garrosh, and never.
artifact set, bro.
So, you wish to face
That's pretty cool.
against a
Dress
real
with some flaming
orc
warglaives.
So be it.
You just dress like a stripper. Okay. We gonna fight yet?
Garrosh,
I never like Shadow Priest because they just hide all your fucking graphics under this weird Shadow Priest thing. It's so dumb. Oh, look, he's already dead. 3 million DPS. Amazing. What is it? Nakami. Nakami. Where are you? There you are. You're right. The healer? Just cute as a healer. I see. Balanced druid. Hey. 556 everything. Nice. 6.2 million HP. 51,000 stamina on the cloak. That's a baller there. That one dude sounds like a total buzzkill. What dude? The boss? It was only the boss talking. Unless you're talking about Thrall and the one line that he said. No. You died. That's what happened. Yo, it says this guy's here, this guy's not here. Oh yeah, there he is. Okay.
How does today find you? Tread lightly.
Whatever. Go to the next one.
We are the extension of our Empress's will. Ours is but to serve in her divine name. Never to question nor to contemplate. We simply act. We fight, toil, and serve so that her vision for
Bro, I didn't know bugs could be so poetic.
They are but the waves crashing upon the mountain of her divine will. They may rise again and again, but will accomplish nothing. We are unfazed. We will stand firm. The divine challenges us to face these intruders. And so it falls to us. The divine chose us to give mortal voice to her divine will. We are but the vessel that enacts her will.
What?
Yours is but to die.
Oh, what?
We will not give in to the despair of the dark void. If her will for us is to perish, then it
Okay,
shall
I'm running
be
back.
so.
I didn't see the bugs impaled on the spikes. That's kind of cool. What do you mean I lost the title? How do you lose a title? What?
Mage, one technique alone is not enough. They failed their test. Will you? They... On your...
You kidding me, bro? Whatever. It's a temporary title? That's so stupid. Wait, I got sucked into the room? This is so stupid. This game is so fucking spaghetti code. It's not even funny. That's supposed to happen though. It's a temporary title. I lost it because I died. It's just also really stupid too. Like, why? Why even have that as a thing? Oh, this is so hard. Oh no, I'm gonna dodge tornadoes. Oh, gotta dodge some tomatoes. Fuck you, tornado man.
I'd always
Like how his body slid across the fucking floor.
like that someday. To hear that sound. to my own thorax is ridiculous.
It happened to your own what? Did he say? I lost the text. It's not in there. Shit. Another balcony fight. Cool.
Pitiful, wingless scrubs! You step out into my domain, and I will hear your death screams as you plummet from this terrace. 7, in formation! Show them who controls the winds of Pandaria! Wrath of the Empress! Bring mighty Dalaran to us!
Garalon. You don't typically listen to the dying pleas of your enemies? Nah, no. Neither do I. Mercy is for the weak. Both for giving and taking. Wait, bitch, we're chopping off your legs. What the? Oh. Ah, man, the scaling in this game is so trash. Let's see. We got level 38. He's taking no damage because he is level 38. Because I'm level 67, I get fucked in the butthole. Because fuck you, that's why.
Impossible! Srathik, Sarthik, Karthik, to the top of the terrace! We must defend the Empress!
No way, I'm not gonna have time. No way. No way. Let me loot the boss. No. No! Can't believe I just misclicked that. Fuck my life. Did I just lose the loot on that? No. Like, why is it sending people into fights that are like mid-boss fight?
Death to all who dare challenge my empire!
Those weaklings keep dropping out, yeah. Probably not weaklings, it's probably just people who have to leave for some reason or another, and the game fills it in. The loot doesn't really matter, I'm only here for the experience anyways, so.
You will serve me now.
No more
is endless. Eliminate these cretins, or I will kill you myself.
I have failed.
Hey, when did I switch my armor out? What the fuck? Oh man. What did it was Terrace at the end of spring. Okay. I was gonna say I can't figure out what I got kicked out of, but I can, but I can.
Focus, Wishay. Show your enemy the meaning of pain. Yes, Master. Strike quickly, Munch. Show them no mercy. They are no match for Manchu. He fought with honor. His first and last mistake.
So you get more experience gain threads from doing raids? Interesting. I might try a new strategy on my next character.
Unleash the storm upon my enemies. Dalaran, breathe. Worth this much more training.
More kindling for the flame. Come, Lulin, let us burn them to ash.
If I must.
This guy 4.5 million DPS. Holy shit. He's a rogue too. Like that's some spicy damage. What's his name? There he is. 5.8 million DPS. Let's see. 61,000 stamina. Big cloak, big cloak.
on my might will tremble and submit. I am Lei Shen, slayer of kings and gods. Stick. You would challenge me in my own sanctum? Witness your folly!
Yo, homie, are you good?
I wield the power of the heavens!
Man, I just did 4 raids. I didn't get even a single fucking level. This shit is pathetic. We're gonna find a group for that. Leveling is a scam. My ability is a scam. It disappeared. It killed itself.
The ancient vaults of the kings of Mogoshan. What might this button do? Look here. It is the history of Xian of the Endless Shadow, a powerful sorcerer who kept the kingdoms in check through terror and darkness. This looks to be the record of Qiang the Merciless, a great conqueror who ruled his vassals with an iron fist. I've heard tales of this one, Subutai the Swift, well known as a masterful archer and genius thief. He stole from the rich and kept everything for himself. What is this? I forgot.
He stole from the rich and kept everything for himself.
The demented? According to these texts,
This DLC is so culturally insensitive. Actually, no, it's not. It was made this way particularly to appease to Chinese tastes and culture. That's literally this expansion DLC. Unless you're talking about whatever you're playing, but if you're talking about this was made 100% for China and for Chinese players, and like they really like it.
You'll see your mistake soon enough.
Well, yeah, so what's the point? Like, my point about culture is, like, unless you're from the culture, I don't think anybody has the right to be acting like they're offended or like upset by something. I've seen so many videos of people going around asking white people like, oh, do you think that this is appropriation and this is right, when people are wearing sombreros or people are wearing Japanese traditional garbs and stuff. And like, all the white people are like, yeah, it's appropriation and no one should do it. But then you go and ask the actual Mexican Latino people, or like, yeah, Japanese people, and they're like, yeah, we like to see people wearing that and representing our culture and stuff. I feel like so many people like to get bent out of shape about culture when it's not even their culture to get bent out of shape about. Like, I don't know, man. I was raised in a time where people weren't so fucking sensitive. Like, it's not that deep. And on top of it, if you look deep enough into almost any culture, it was formed and influenced by another culture before it.
Once the I hear a faint humming. It is coming from this direction.
I was actually talking to my wife about that today. I was talking about how, like, when you look at the history of like Europeans specifically, a lot of what divides Europeans ethnically is, it just boils down to like, one time a long time ago, a group of people decided they didn't agree anymore and they split into two new groups of people. But like genetically and every other way, there's nothing different about them. And so to argue that like somewhere like US or Canada can't have their own race, like Canadian isn't a race or American isn't a race. And it's like, so then what differentiates between Scottish and Irish? When you look back far enough, it's the same race. That the only thing that differentiates them is they decided to make a border and call it something else and create a new culture around that. Like, that's literally what Canada is. That's literally what America is, but we can't call that a race. Why? No, that's what I'm saying. Races don't really exist, but I'm saying in the scheme of what people use, because you can say races don't exist, but in the reality of the world, they do. In the perception of reality, races exist to everybody. So in the perception of how races are portrayed to the world, it doesn't make any logical fucking sense. That's kind of what I'm saying. It's an argument against the logical fallacy against it, you know?
Fascinating. I have never heard tales of anything like this. The Mogul hide their secrets well.
It's an argument against the picky choosiness of how racism works.
This seems to be a terminal.
No, but my point is, even if it's clear or not, it's accepted to people that they're different races. Even though logically and realistically, they're not. Right? So for me to say that I'm Canadian, that's my race, people say Canadian isn't a race. It's no less of a race than a Scot is from an Irish. That's all I'm saying. Just like someone says I'm an American, that's my race. I think if you're going to sit there and say that Scottish is a race, or that Greeks are a race and Macedonians are a different race than Greeks, like, then yeah, Americans are their own fucking race. If you were born and raised in America and you live off American culture, you're American. That's your race. By the logic of what everybody paints race as every single day in the media and the world and the news. I like to make very stupid points like that so that when people see it, they can understand how dumb the fucking reality we live in is, so that hopefully someday it'll change. Because I feel like sometimes people are never like just shown how stupid shit is. And so they never really see it, and so it never really changes.
But I cannot place their origin. They call to me. The discs. I must. I see.
I think another big argument that I have against like people that are always fighting for like, oh, you know, diversity and all this stuff is they like to use the melting pot argument, right? But it's like, show me a country that's a melting pot, like a true melting pot. Show me a country where you don't have sections where everybody's segregated into their own little fucking segregations inside a country. If we were a melting pot, we wouldn't have shit like Chinatown or Little India or Little Italy, or like, people wouldn't need to segregate into their own little villages within our countries, right? If it was a melting pot, everyone would just melt together like a melting pot. It's such a bullshit like excuse that people use nowadays, like, oh, our culture's a melting pot, so our culture needs to accept all these different things. Our culture's not a fucking melting pot. It's not. No one melts together and no one assimilates anything. Everyone's just trying to fight each other to have their way, like the way. I think that's the biggest problem with our society today. And that comes from the top down, bro. That comes from like the elites, the power players. They spend a lot of effort and time and money and resources to make sure that we're at each other's throats and not their throats.
The Emperor's courage burns everlasting.
Oh.
The endless army will crush the Emperor's foes.
How's how? What do you mean? That's a typo, obviously, but what did you mean by how's how? I'm trying to think of it. It's just late. My brain's not like filling anything in there. It's just seeing how's how. I'm like, what the fuck is how's how? How's here? Oh, here's how. Here's how Africa became the de facto black people. Oh, I see what you mean by de facto black people. Yeah, because you have like other dark-skinned melanins in the world too, but they're never considered the black people. It's like, I get what you're saying, especially if you go over to Australia, right? No, it's okay. Like, we're both fucking fried here. This was all good.
Untouched by time for thousands of years. Who knows what secrets await? Many young Dalaran warriors, the Morgul held considerable power over the stones of the earth. Their magic lingers on, even centuries later.
Yeah, exactly. Somebody from Papua New Guinea. That was exactly what I'm picturing. Like, it's actually really funny if you think about it, because like back in the day we used to have like mobs, gangs, whatever, but like really it was just the early days of racism, like segregationism. You have like Greek mafia and Italian mafia. You have a Jewish mafia. You have the Yakuza, but it's like that's Japanese and Jewish and Greek and Italian, and like the Irish mafias, and like really it was like there were gangs, but they were race gangs. And a lot of that went on well before anybody ever considered like racism as an ideology or a thought. Like, it existed, and there was people that obviously discussed it and talked about it, especially scholarly people, but like in the general consensus of the world, it just wasn't even a fucking thought back then. It was so normal, and it was just like, yeah, that's just the way things are, man. Like, is it wrong? Maybe, but that's just not what it is. Yakuza never really left the island. No, I'm just saying, like, in general, like, if you look at it, right, it's really a race gang, first and foremost. Like, I'm not sure how the Yakuza works, honestly, because I know the Yakuza is like a Japanese mafia, but I don't know how like strict they are to only like accepting Japanese people. Like maybe they are not racist. Maybe if you're like a white guy and you're Japanese born, they'll be like, yeah, you can be a part of the Yakuza. You fucking fuck with us. Are you gonna be like a reliable person? Then it doesn't matter. Like I don't know. But I do know like certain mafias were very extremely fucking racist, especially anything that came from like European mafias.
Was betrayed by 4
Trust me, I grew up in a
emperors of the
European
Horde.
household. I know how
His
racist these
body
guys can be.
destroyed each
Heard it
time,
30
only
fucking years
to
of my life.
rise again.
Not just racist, they're just misogynist. Like not
This
misogynist,
is not the
racist,
last
bigots.
we have seen
Like
of Fang.
it's so fucked up. There's a whole generation of people that were just like that, man.
Allies of the Mohawk.
I'm just glad that it never took like that. I could see that shit for what it was. It always bothered me. It made me feel uncomfortable as a kid.
I am sorry I did not tell you earlier. These vaults house a
They weren't
weapon
racist from the
of
definition at the time, yeah.
power.
In reality, they were racist, but like by the time's definition, they really weren't. They were just doing, you know, it's just what everyone else is doing, man. Like, and honestly, I'm sure a lot of it was just like it came down to like a perpetuation of racism from the top down. So like, let's say you're part of a mafia, but you're not like, you're not a decision maker. So you're like sitting there and you're like, all right, we got these new guys coming in, and there's like 2 black guys in the line. You're like, sorry, we don't take black guys. Like even if it's not your choice and you're like not racist at all, you're like, you understand that if you do or you make a problem of it, you're gonna end up shot or your kids are gonna end up dead. So like you have to bite your tongue now and you have to play that game, right? Like there's a lot more to it than people see at face value for basically anything in life.
Friends.
Now, obviously, you always have people that are like, they take advantage of that too. They're like, yeah, man, yeah, I like this idea. I'm super racist. We're gonna do all the racist things. Hang out with all the racist peoples.
He'd be dying time now.
Hey, I finally leveled up. It only took me fucking 500 hours.
Bah! Bested by the likes of you.
Ah.
What a shame
Ah.
for a Zandalari priest to endure.
Dude, he blasted me up on top of... Good shot, bro. Good shot. Hold on, I'm missing half of what you said there. I just started reading about jizzing in your pants and white people, and I'm like, wait, hold on, what the fuck is going on in this conversation now? Right. Most of the race-based stuff comes from people want to stick around people from similar cultural background and straight up segregation. Yeah, but that's exactly what I'm talking about. Is it's like that's not a mixing pot. You know what I mean? It's like if I go to a party and the only people I hang out with are all the people that are just like me, then I'm not like I'm never gonna meet new crowds of people and new ways of life and new points of view of thinking. It's like you go to a party to meet new people and see new points of view and do new things, and it's like that's a melting pot. And when you go to a party and you just like in the one corner you have all the emos, and the other corner you have all the rockers, and the third corner you have all the rap guys, it's like, that's a lame fucking party, man. No, it's a melting pot, and that's always how it's been. And even as stew, everything comes together. You don't cook anything in a pot that doesn't blend together. Like even mayonnaise emulsifies. You can't call something a melting pot and then sit there and make like a tuna casserole, you know, because like tuna doesn't mix in with the cheese and the noodles and it's all separate. That's like, but a melting pot is a melting pot. There's not a misconception of what that's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be like, oh, all the ingredients in one spot but separated. Like, no, that's not what a melting pot is. A melting pot is when people assimilate together. That's what the culture it should be. I'm not okay with that. Like, I'm okay with sharing your culture, but I'm not okay with isolating your culture. That's racist to me. Because if white people did it, they'd be called racist. And that's how I can tell if anything's racist. If a white person does it and you call them racist, then it's racist if anybody else does it. Period. Yeah, but like how many generations are you talking about? Because I mean, we've had people immigrating here from these cultures for like 40, 50, 60 years now. That's not for 2 to 3 generations of people. And this just getting worse, especially here in Canada. Dude, you don't even understand what it's like in Toronto. There's sections you can't even go to. You can't walk through. You can't live in. You definitely can't get a fucking house. Like, because it's all people from India, or all people from China, or all people from Africa. This is what they do. They just come here, carve out their own section, and don't want anybody there, and don't want to go anywhere else. That's a fucking problem. Sorry, it is. I think if people want to like sit there and act like, oh, you know, I want to celebrate my culture and my heritage, then do it and share it with people. Don't cut it off from the rest of the world, but say like, oh, I need a little spot in your... These places all have their own culture. They all have their own countries already. You know, like India exists, China exists, Africa exists, okay? But like, there's no other place for Canadians to go. I was born and raised in Canada. So like if I want to leave and go to another country, I don't get to go to another country and start instilling my Canadian values there, or have a little piece that I carve out as Canadian. This is little Canada. And neither do Americans, and neither do Europeans. But every other fucking country in the world seems to get that. And that's my point. I don't think it's right for people to come to a country and expect them to sit there and bow down to their ideologies. That's what I'm saying, the 60s. So you're like 60, 70, 80 years ago. I said 50, 60. That brings you to like the 80s, right? The 70s and the 80s. You didn't have a choice in what? No, I'm not talking about old culture. I'm talking about modern culture. I'm talking about people in 2024 that are getting on an airplane and flying across the fucking world to one of our countries, and that's how they're living. Like, I understand how things were 100, 200 years ago, but we don't live 100, 200 years ago. We live today. And in fact, the world that we live in today was built off of what happened all those years ago. And now people want to act like everything that happened all those years ago was evil and bad, 100%, even though it led to all the things that we have that are great today. It's called the butterfly effect. We couldn't have the things we have today if we didn't have the problems we had yesterday or yesteryear. So you have to have an appreciation for that too. And so when people sit there and villainize racism all the way through to the core, like, the whole thing is just a big mess. The whole thing is just a political, like, leverage point for most people. I've never been a big fan of the term. Like, I get the concept and I don't deny that it exists. I just, I hate how it's been politicized and so misinformed to basically everybody. That it's just like this big virtue signaling buzzword thing that people use all the time to like prove a point or argue something and like make someone look bad even when they're not. It's just so disingenuous now. And the reason I think I hate it so much is because it takes away meaning from the actual, like, let's say someone's not being a racist and someone just doesn't like what they're saying because one person's black and one person's white, right? So then the black guy goes, or even the white guy goes, you're being racist. Don't be racist. You're racist. You're bigot. Well, like, that invalidates anybody who's actually having racism on them. You know, it devalues when you call something racist. If everything's fucking racist, now people go, oh, okay, everything's racist, right? So when someone's actually having racism on them, now people are going to be more likely to be like, ah, okay, just like everything. It's just, it's like the boy who cried wolf. Firebird's helmet. What? That's cool. Bugged out. Okay. Nah, I'm calling bullshit on that. I was watching From a Canadian into America. I can say for a fact that a lot of people think that because that's the propaganda you see. You don't see any of the instances when it's not. You only are ever shown all the instances when it is. And this is what I figured out as a Canadian. And this is kind of something that I'm going to point out here. Okay. When I was a child, I was afraid to go to school because I was afraid I was going to be shot. Why was I afraid I was going to be shot? Because the American, not the Canadian, the American and the Canadian media portrayed America as nothing but a place where you're going to get shot in schools. And that here in Canada, we need to fear for our lives for that too. And I did. Canada is one of the safest places in the world. But as a child, I didn't know that. As a child, I was indoctrinated by my media because of my perception of the US through the media that I was going to get shot at school. So imagine living in the US where the only media you ingest your entire life is the US media. Of course you're going to think that everything is like that. Because people living outside your country only see that. And that's by design. But I've talked to many, many, many Americans in my life of every race and culture. And it's really not as bad as the media and everyone portrays it to be. Yes, it's bad. And yes, there's states where it's really bad. But there's also places where it's not bad at all. But that never gets talked about. Everybody acts like the whole of America is just this racist shithole, like the border of Texas. You know, like everybody's living in fucking Encino or Florida. And it's like, you go to New York, and New York's a mixing pot culture. But because of all the problems that I said about everybody being segregated and wanting to be in their own cultures, it's one of the most fucking racist places there is. Get the big ones now. Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. You get to see what they want you to see. You don't get to see it for what it truly is unless you're a worldly person and you're out there experiencing it. If you're like, I'm a traveler and I've traveled from, you know, California all the way over to Florida and then all the way up to fucking New York and then all the way across over to Colorado and then down to Montana and hit Kansas and go back there. Like, if you've been all over, like I have in Canada, I've been to every fucking province in this country. So I can vouch for how it is in every fucking province in this country. Like, but when you've only lived in a bubble and all you've seen is media from 49 other states, like, most people don't leave their hometown. So how are you going to sit there and vouch and say the rest of the country is like this when no one's ever been? Not you specifically, I'm just saying, like, people who do this and they sit in their own hometown their whole life and sit there and tell everybody how the rest of the country is when they've never even experienced the rest of their own country. No, I didn't say that it's not. I even said that, though. I even said that the racism's there. I'm just saying that's all you see. You never see any of the other side of it, where there's, like, good stuff going on. They purposely show you a blinded section of what they want you to show you. So they find the most racist stuff in the most racist places, and then anybody outside of the USA only sees that. And anybody inside the USA only sees that. There's no news station showing you all the good stuff that's going on. Find me one fucking article of a white or a black person or any person of any race just helping another person of another race or a sex or a different gender. It doesn't anymore. Every single fucking media in the last 10 years, every article has been manipulated to try and get the reader to think exactly how they want you to think, and that's divide you. They don't touch on the positive. It's all negative. Media has become 100% negative. It's there to feed you into a fucking frenzy. Scientific articles tend not to bring up race. I'm going to argue against that recently too. Every single article that I fucking read nowadays has to bring up race or sex or gender or like sexual identity or like some sort of political fucking narrative bullshit or like if or if not you take a fucking vaccine or like everything that I've seen on the internet. Anything that you Google or you find is just like trying to direct you into all these fucking websites that, hey, you have to pay for now. It's bullshit because you can't even read an article because everything's paywalled. And then when you finally do read the article, it's all just a bunch of shit that's been fucking funded by a bunch of corporations. You have to find like these tiny little websites that anytime you read or share a link on, people go, that's not a viable source because it's not fucking Fox News or NBC. So it's like, it's a lose-lose. No, I get what you're saying. I get you're saying not magazine articles, but if you quote articles that aren't mainstream articles, people just shut you down anyways because they're like, that's not a legitimate journalism. Legitimate journalism is only mainstream journalism, and everything else is so stupid, and there's no, you know, you can't verify it. And so it's like the world's become fucking stupid. In general, the world's become fucking stupid because the world needs to be taught how to think, and told how to think. Journalism has lost all of its integrity because you can't have journalistic integrity anymore. It's not a profitable business model. It's not. You can't have it. It won't exist because it'll just die if someone were to try to do it. You'd have to just have like stop. Bro. I'm not like arguing here. I'm just making a point. I'm saying I believe journalistic integrity can't happen. You can't have it in the world. Like, we don't live in a world that allows it to exist. You can't have a website. You can't run the cost of a server and a business without paying people. And to pay those people, like, you have to feed into how the system works. Because you can't just tell people like regular journalism like you used to, because people don't buy that. People buy sensationalism now. And people don't work for free. So unless you could get a crew of people that are all just going to work for free and all have a bunch of money and can retire and have no problems, like, you're never going to get integrity in journalism. And even if that was the case, those people are so well off that they have a bias very clearly that they're all so well off that they don't have to work or live or worry like most people. Like, it's a logical fallacy. You can't have integrity in journalism in today's world. Hey, thanks for the follow, Jiffy Study. This has nothing to do with journalism. No, I'm talking a point about journalism. I went on a tangent about it because I started talking about journalism in my original point.
Welcome. There is no.
And yeah, it kind of does, because when you're talking about articles, that's journalism. Articles are written by journalists.
Farewell. May your days bring you
Like,
joy.
how does it not have to do with journalism? They're not allowed to have opinions in them. Yeah, but they do.
White Tiger, White
Every single journalist has a bias and an opinion nowadays. Scientific articles or specialized documents being shared universe. Yeah, but that's different. That's not like normal stuff that normal people have access to. I'm talking about things that are portrayed. Like, you don't go on Fox News and NBC or any website and find those things. You have to know how to look for it and where to look for it, which 99% of people don't. And that's what I'm talking about. The general population, which is, you know, the people that vote and the people that make the decisions for most of us, is the general population. So when there's a problem with the general population, there's a problem with everything. I understand that there's niches and little things, but like when I'm talking in general, like generalizations, I'm talking about like for everybody, not just like 2% of people that understand things in a small way that everyone else doesn't. Most people don't even know how to fucking Google anything, and that was my point. You got Google, and Google's going to give you flawed, biased results. Google's owned by a corporation, and Google has incentive to sit there and tell you what they want you to see and what they don't want you to see. And that's not even a fucking conspiracy. That's a fact that's been proven. So, like, you can't say, oh, well, a normal person can Google something because they're only going to get what Google wants them to see anyways. A normal person has to know how to go outside of Google and find third-party websites, which is still probably, you know, you go to the dark web and you get shit like that. Like, that's a very small amount of people. I quit using Google, actually. I got so fed up with Google because every time I try and find something, I get blasted with either fucking ads or something that has nothing to do with what I'm actually trying to fucking find. It's so infuriating. Google Scholar? I've never even heard of Google Scholar. See, like, I understand peer-reviewed studies, but I don't think that people should be treating them like they're the word of God, because it's like, the fact of the matter remains, peers can be biased and peers can fucking have shared biases. I was trying to think of a different word so I didn't repeat bias, but I mean, it doesn't fucking matter. They can have shared biases, shared views, shared opinions, and like, people can be wrong. Peers can be wrong too. Like, you can have 3 people look at something and say, oh yeah, no, that's right, that seems right, and then like 20 years later, all of them are like, wow, no, we all made a mistake. That's actually really fucking wrong. Shit happens all the time. So I'm not saying that there's like, it's not good to have peer. It's definitely good to have peer-reviewed stuff. I just think when people act like it's like, oh, it's peer-reviewed, so it's like fucking 100% solid. Like, that's some bullshit. You can't just sit there and say something's peer-reviewed, therefore it's perfect. Therefore you can't argue against it because it's peer-reviewed. You can still question a peer-reviewed study. Did I already try? Ban your fucking ass. Yeah, I did. Sorry. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah. Get on his ass, Poopy. Sick him. Use that for content later. Be a good clip. I'm gonna make a ban compilation. All the bots that I banned. And put it on Twitter. Be like, Elon Musk, I hear you have a bot problem. You should talk to Twitch. No, they're definitely the best thing that's happened to science in a very long time. Like I was, and not even against you. I was just kind of like, I like to point things out because then it gives me something to like clip later. But like, I like to point shit out about things when they come up. And so like, I saw like peer reviewed, and I'm like, yeah. And another thing about peer reviewed, everyone's always saying how it's like. I just wanted to make that a point. Why did my stream elements just randomly drop my Discord without saying why? Science is about questioning things. This is the very first thing. You can't have science if you don't question something. You don't say, why is it like this? How does it do that? What is it? So like, even if you question a status quo, a lot of things have been changed in science because someone questioned something that was an accepted norm, and then, you know, they found out, hey, you know what? You're right. That's wrong. And we were all like making all these things based off of that one assumption. I was trying to think of the word, but I was dying. I've died twice now because I'm thinking too hard. The biggest reason I have a problem when you have like societies that gatekeep educations, especially under like big paywalls, and like so that poor people can't go get educated, or like people from like, it's just easier to gatekeep people into like picking and choosing in those societies of like who gets to have a say as a scientist and who doesn't. And so like people who have a lot more on the line are a lot more likely to fudge the numbers, let's say, than people who don't have anything on the line. And so what I mean by that is, it's like I use this like example when I talk about doctors, because in Canada we have a problem with losing doctors. But if you go to school, you spend, let's say, $250,000 on your education, right? You spend 10 years of your life on your education. So like you go to college, you're 21, you come out, you're 31, right? So you didn't have fun, you didn't spend any, you just buckled down, you became a fucking doctor, right? So you didn't go out partying, you didn't have a kid, you didn't have a wife, you didn't play games, you didn't do any of that shit, right? You already wasted like half your fucking life. Who's gonna sit there? Now they're trying to pay off that debt and get a paying job and a career started, and then act like a rebel to anybody who sits there and says, yo, if they say this, just say yeah. Nobody in their right fucking mind is gonna do that. 99% of people in that situation are just going to take the orders from the top down and say, okay. And that's why I have a problem with the gatekeeping of politics, of education, of like pharmaceuticals. It keeps the people out that they want out. And I don't like that. I think it should be accessible and transparent, like most things. We need to have a whole new societal revolution. That's what I say. I agree. 100%. Like, society's well overdue for a societal revolution. I'm not calling for, like, civil wars and shit, but, like, we need to fucking revolutionize the way our societies work. It was easier when, like, the people that ran the world feared us, right? But they've conditioned us all to be civil now. Civility doesn't help people at the bottom. Civility helps the people at the top. We're still fucking killing each other at each other's throats regardless. All it's done is protect the people at the top and create a situation in a society where we fund a fucking force of police that protects the most powerful people on our dollar. Not protecting each other from each other, we're still killing each other. They've just justified us to fucking pay their protection now. It goes a lot deeper than that, but I mean, like, on the surface, that's basically what it's become. Start random. Eat the rich, man. Eat the rich. That's gonna be my next tattoo I ever get. I'm gonna get Eat the Rich tattooed on me. Where would I get it? That'd be good content, actually. Start randomly sacrificing billionaires to the Titanic. That's, bro. Did you hear about someone else wants to go down to the Titanic now? And I was like, let them go, man. Let them all go. That's how they're disappearing themselves now. When like a billionaire needs to like die, but not really die. You know, when they need to pull a Paul Walker. They're just like, yo, I'm gonna take a trip to the Titanic. Oh no, look, it went wrong. Oops, I'm dead. Never find me again. Look, I've always been in the boat of like, if someone wants to fucking like do something dumb enough to kill themselves, let them. Like, problem will work itself out. You really want that person reproducing and making kids? I don't think so. Send Elon to space and not let him back in. I don't think he'd like space. I think he'd like Mars. We could send him to Mars. Like he's like all SpaceX and stuff, but like really, what does he do about space? It's not really SpaceX, it's MarsX. Like space just happens to be in between him and Mars, right? So like that's why he cares about space. But he's not like, oh, we gotta go to the moon, oh, we gotta study the sun, oh, we have to make telescopes, no. He just wants to study space for the fucking sole purpose to go to Mars. Just him on Mars, alone, in a potato farm. Like that movie with fucking Matt Damon. The Martian. I was trying to think of what it was called and I was like, oh yeah, it was literally just called The Martian. Yeah, but the ending will be... Hold up, I'm gonna complain about something here. This right here, this mountain shit, where it's like the texture has very clearly been like stretched, so the ground was like here at one point and they just like grabbed it, pulled the whole ground up to create the mountain. That shit bothers me so much because like in 2004 it was understandable. This expansion came out in 2014. 10 years later, I feel like that's not acceptable anymore. But it's gonna fucking ad break, man. I'm saying it anyways. I don't care. It's even more unacceptable that it's still around today in 2024, 20 years later. Almost there, man. One more level.
Say your name was Evie. They say you were a sweet girl. I never knew you, but you were family. May your journey in the next world be filled with joy and beauty. Farewell, Evie Stormstar.
Tell me of your travels. Slow down. Life is to be savored. Go with the waters.
Bro, fuck off. Seriously? You leave me with a sliver of experience? Eat a dick. Oh, I don't need you. Oh, okay. I need this. It's hilarious because I literally just helped my wife do all these quests like 3 hours ago. And here I am, doing them all again. What's this guy? Down in the river? Yeah, he is. Oh, fuck. That's a lot of guys. I'm gonna die. I'm so gonna die. I hate the level scaling of this fucking shit, bro. It's the worst. It is so fucking toxic. It's... What purpose is it in a game to have level scaling that makes all of your abilities so overpowered that they one-shot everything until you get to like 5 levels before the max level, and then it starts to level out? Because you spend 65 levels not understanding what spells actually do what. Because as soon as you hit level 65, it all changes. You can spend 65 levels one-shotting somebody with your number 1, and then you hit level 66, and it does like 10% of the health bar. And you're like, oh, okay, this is my actual damage spell. But like, you're not teaching anybody anything. You're not teaching the people how to play. Like, you're not teaching the players how to play their fucking shit. That's a one-handed weapon, you fucking cocksucker. I hate that so much when I fuck up and I put a one-handed weapon on. Hate that. Alright. You're gonna have to get these. Alright, buffalo. Well, that's what I'm saying. There is no learning curve when you design it this way. The learning curve doesn't start till level 65. Because everything just one-shots everything up to level 65. Even like your weak abilities that aren't supposed to do any damage do. Like, I understand the mechanics of World of Warcraft enough that, like, realistically, I'm not gonna have a problem. Like, once I could learn a character in 2 levels. Right, like I can play the level 65 and then change, but like I'm just saying, like, how is a person that's never played the games before supposed to actually cope with that shit? How are they supposed to spend 65 levels killing everything, and then they get to level 66 and all of a sudden everything's shitting on them and they're just not understanding like what changed? Because I wouldn't. I'd be like, I just spent 65 levels, no problems, everything was fine, and then I hit level 66 and now everything's killing me and I don't understand why. Like, that's a shitty, terrible design. Sorry, it is. I hate level scaling in MMOs, straight up to begin with. It's so anti-MMO and anti-RPG. It makes you feel weaker as you get stronger. It's antithetical to everything that is supposed to be an MMO. Like, technically speaking, you get weaker on average as you level up in an MMO, but when the game is designed properly, you don't feel it. You feel like you're getting stronger. SWG had a similar problem. They only wrote story up to level 43. After that, every enemy scales up dramatically, and good XP filled quests stopped, so you had to grind a lot. It's not even really to do with the grind, it's just to do with like the way it makes you feel as a player. So like, here's an example, okay? I can play with a level 10. If I wanted, we could quest together side by side in a party and kill stuff. So if we're both fighting the same guy, okay? I'll show you. Actually, I'll just show you the health of a mob here. I'll pretend I'm fighting this guy, okay? So like, this guy's got 112,000 health. If I hit him for 11.2 thousand, I'm gonna hit him for 10% of his health. Right? When you're level 10, his health scales down to a level 10. So a level 10, first off, doesn't see 112,000 health on the bar. A level 10 only sees like 10,000 health on the bar. So you're questing around and you're fighting the same guy as a level 10, and you're hitting the guy and you're level 70 and you're hitting this fucking level 10 and you're hitting it for like little tiny chunks of its health, and then a level 10 walks up and hits this guy and one-shots it. And you're like, whoa, hold on. So the same level guy, the level 70, I just watched a level 10 walk up and one-shot a level 70 that took me 40 shots to hit. That makes me feel weak. That makes me feel like shit. But on the flip side of it, being aware of that you were stronger when you were lower level fighting the same enemies is terrible. You know, it's bad, and that's how level scaling is. And it's like that in Final Fantasy. It's like that in ESO, and it's like that in WoW now too, because it got popularized for all the casuals who don't fucking want to have to sit there and struggle while leveling. Have to sit there and learn the learning curve of their character while leveling. It's so bad, I hate it. And not only is it just bad by design, it's like, it's bad. It incorporates so many more problems into the game. Like when you're trying to do raids and how to scale the bosses, and just like, they had the problem with Remix and the frog farming and everybody just blowing the fuck out of that. This level scaling is fucked. It doesn't belong in an MMO. Like, the reason you should feel stronger in an MMO is because you get a bigger kit of abilities that you have to use, but that you've learned through use, not that you didn't ever have to use. Like, how can I explain it? When you're fighting a boss or an enemy in an MMO, you don't feel like you're getting stronger. You feel like the enemies are getting stronger. But it doesn't feel like there's a progression for me or my character. I just feel like I'm progressively fighting harder and harder enemies and not getting any stronger to match that. Right? Because it's like, I'll be fighting a level 1 mob. Like, let's say just like a soldier, right? I could fight a level 1 soldier as a level 1, and like, I'll just shit on that level 1 soldier as a level 1. But then I get to a level 70 and I fight a level 70 as a level 70, and it like takes me 5 minutes to fight the level 70 soldier as a level 70. And on top of it, I have 40 more abilities and like things that I can use at my disposal in my toolkit. It's like, I should be dispersing. If I'm playing my character at the top tier, my character, I should be able to kick someone's ass a lot more at level 70 than I feel like I'm kicking someone's ass at level 1. Like, when I'm level 1, I should be walking up to something and having to smack it a bunch of times to kill it, because that's what it should feel like at level 1. You shouldn't be at level 1 just one-shotting everything you fucking see to make the leveling process go faster, because then when you get to a higher fucking level, you feel weaker. And that's just fucking stupid. That's it. It's just fucking stupid. There's no other way to put that. Like, that design philosophy is just fucking dumb. Sounds like one of the problems D&D 2.0 had. I don't know anything about D&D before 3rd gen. Like, before 3rd edition. Unless you're talking about something else. Are you talking about the MMO? Oh, you're talking about classic D&D, yeah, okay. No, I don't know anything before 3rd edition, so... Like, I don't know 2nd or 1st, like, original edition D&D stuff. Oh, wait, yeah, that's right here.
So, got any stories?
You are most welcome. Family, friends, food. These are
You can go online and find the level conversion programs. I kind of get what you're saying, but that's kind of like the exact opposite of how it works in WoW. So like if I'm level 70 and I've got like what, 265,000 health. Do I have it? No, I can't do it unless I'm in a party with somebody. I kind of wanted to start up my other account so you can see how it works, but I'm not going to do that. So you can level sync in World of Warcraft. You can level sync if you're with a party player, and it'll level sync you to their level so you can quest. It'll put you back so you can do all their quests through their phases and shit. When you level sync, it makes you like weaker. It weakens you. So like if I level sync to like level 30 and I'm fighting level 30s with my level 70 set of gear, I'll be weaker than a level 30 with a full set of level 30 gear. Like, it doesn't make you stronger when you like scale down your level. It makes you weaker when you scale down your level, which again in turn makes it feel even worse. You're like, why do I want to get to max level if everything at max level just is worse than being level 1? And here's a really good example of why it's so fucked. In this season of Discovery, you can queue for a raid, right? And you can queue for a dungeon, right? But when you're level 20, you can only queue for like 4 dungeons and 2 raids. If any, maybe not any raids. I think you can queue for 2 raids. And they're the fastest ones that you can queue for too. So if you create a free trial account that maxes out at level 20, you can join Remix with your free trial account. Join your party with a max level character. Bring your character down to level 20 and force him through a whole bunch of level 20 stuff and get carried by your level 20 free trial account character because it's more powerful and more faster and more efficient than doing it with your max level character that you fucking grinded out. Like, that's it. It's fucking stupid. Shot and done. Level scaling is fucking retarded. Excuse my very, very vile language there, but I'm sticking by it. It is like moronically fucking dumb in an MMO. It serves no benefit but to casualize the game for a bunch of people who have no interest in an MMO. I hate it when people want to make a video game for people that don't want to play that kind of video game. It's like, would you change a sports game for people who don't want to play a sports game? To you. Isn't that what frisbee golf is? Exactly, and nobody fucking likes frisbee golf, man. But not really. That's sort of like a jazz fusion. I'm not gonna say that because that'd be like saying like a mixing of 2 genres, right? So no, I don't think it's like what frisbee golf is. Because you're not trying to appeal to like the golf crowd. And you're not trying to, maybe you're trying to appeal to the frisbee crowd, but like frisbee golf kind of appeals to its own crowd of people. I feel like golfers aren't gonna be like, oh, frisbee golf, yeah, I'm not playing golf anymore. No, it would be more like if they took golf and got rid of golf and said golf doesn't exist anymore, now you have to play frisbee golf. That's what it would be like. Because you have to understand, the people that play the game don't have an alternate, right? It's not like they can just go back and play the old versions of WoW or the old versions of whatever MMOs there are. When they decide to change the way that the game is to attract new players, they're alienating the old players like the way the game was. That's how, like, they don't have an option. The old players just have to suck it up. And I feel like it's very insulting to the people that built the game, because like the game wouldn't be where it is without the players that already invested their time and effort into the game. So to sit there and then invalidate those people and say, oh, well, the game's not made for you anymore. It's like, the game wouldn't exist if it wasn't fucking for us. The game should always be made for us. Like, sorry, but like that's ignorant and doesn't make any fucking sense unless you don't want your, like, it's greedy and it's pandery, and I hate that shit, man. Just a hypothetical, changing a sport to attract people who don't like sports. Yeah, kinda. Because I would say, like, it's like, oh, people who don't like that sport, but no, you're right. It's like people who don't like sports at all. It's like, why would you want to attract people who don't like sports to sports? Like, they don't like sports. You're not going to change their ideology of like, oh, well, now all of a sudden I like sports because you gave me frisbee golf, and now I'm just going to start liking hockey and basketball too. Like, what? No, they're not going to start liking sports. They're just going to like the thing you gave them and wish all sports changed into that. All you're going to do is succeed in ruining something that people already like. But people don't care. That's the thing. These people at the top to do these things, they only care about the profit. And so they see that it's more profitable to alienate the current consumer base for a new consumer base. Basically, they're saying, it's like getting a new girlfriend. It's basically saying, you're not doing it for me anymore. Sorry, get the fuck out. It's like, it's been nice knowing you. We had a good relationship. You did a lot for me. But you know what? I feel like you're getting too old, and you're not giving me enough of your fucking paycheck anymore, so I want those young kids now, you know? Like, that's how a lot of people who call the shots. Yeah, that's basically like how you get there at the top. You don't get to the top if you don't think like that. It's kind of like a great filter in a way. Politics is very much like that too. It takes a very specific type of person to spend their entire life to become and do all the things you need to become a senator or a politician to that level. And so, like, logically it's going to filter out basically anybody that's not corrupt and shit and willing to step on everybody else to get there, because it's like, cheaters always win, nice guys always finish last. It's just like the sad reality of our world. I'd rather live in like sad acceptance of reality than blissful denial and ignorance and act like that's not the way it is, or that it could be fucking changed. I wish we could with all my heart, but I know that the reality is we live in a fucking shit world, man, with shit people that run it. And I don't think that's going to change, at least with our lifetimes. It's going to take a lot of human bullshit for that to change. Why did you... No, I didn't want to pull the deer. Now I have to kill the poor little deer. This is so sad. No, little deer. Leave me alone. I don't want to kill you. Stop. Quit killing yourself. No. Ah, it lives. The deer lived. Go on, deer. Back to your family. Venison. Venison is good. I ain't even gonna cap in the slightest. I've had me some venison chili, venison stews, and like venison's good when you put it into like stew. Like it's good in general, but it's good in like stews and chilies and stuff. Venison jerky. Ooh, I'll bet you that would be good. Bet you it'd be like tender and not like boot leather jerky, which I don't mind once in a while, but like sometimes it's nice just to have like nice tender candied piece of turkey jerky too. I don't like turkey jerky. It was like soft, yeah, I bet. I've honestly always wanted to learn how to hunt so I can go out and like hunt a couple deer and like butcher it for like the summer and just like have venison. Like it's really such an affordable way to do things if you can do it, you know. When I was a kid, I really liked like hunting, fishing shit. I was like 4 when I learned how to like clean my own fish and shit. Never bothered me.
Tell me of your travels.
I respect most hunters. I'll straight admit that there's some hunters out there that are just like basically pieces of shit and they just hunt because they you know, they have a thirst to kill shit. I'm much more of like a hunt for necessity kind of person, not just for the fun and sport of it, but like I understand also that there's certain situations where it's more of, it's not like a sport, so like people treat it like a sport because it's like if you're gonna do it you may as well I guess like get some enjoyment out of it, but like sometimes you're dealing with like cleaning hogs and shit and you have to kill a whole like 50 or 100 hogs and stuff like that. Like sometimes you'll see videos of people doing that and they're just like having fun, man. They're just like, yeah, let's kill them all, blah 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 blah, fucking machine guns or whatever. Like I, you know, I get it. I wouldn't want to do that myself. Well, yeah, no, there's definitely a difference between hunters and poachers. I'm not even talking about poachers. I'm talking about people who are hunters, and they're still legitimate hunters, but like they don't eat, you know. They're straight up just like, I hunt for the trophy hunters, basically. Like there's a difference between trophy hunters and poachers, but I get what you're saying. I'm assuming you're basically saying that trophy hunters are poachers. Is that kind of what you're like insinuating there? Is that how you see it? Is there's not much of a difference between a trophy hunter and a poacher? Or am I misreading that?
May you find mastery in your
Like I do know there's a difference and I see a little bit of a difference, but to me they're basically the same. Like they're both doing it for the intent, like not for the well-being of the animal, that's for sure, but also not for their own well-being. It's just like it's ego hunting, you know. I'm not for ego hunting. Like everything I do, and like I believe in living for necessity, not for feeding ego. I guess that's it. So like if I were to buy a car, I'd buy a car. Even if I had $1 billion, I wouldn't buy a Ferrari because it's not practical. It's not necessity for what my life is, and it's like, you know, because that's like how you feed your ego. I wouldn't buy nice clothes. I wouldn't buy jewelry. I wouldn't buy a giant mansion that I have to pay people to clean. Like, it's so unpractical. Even if I had all the money in the world, I wouldn't want that. And so like with hunting too, as the same. With hunting, I would definitely like hunt to survive and hunt to feed myself and hunt to make it more efficient because it's better than going grocery shopping, right? But I'm not going to do it just so I can be like, oh, look at my big deer head or bear skin rug. Like, no, it's such, I feel like feeding ego is such a jackass thing to do. And I try so hard not to be a jackass. I was like trying to talk to her. I realized I had to throw the fucking fork at this guy. Why is she pissing out her butt? Don't even. I was gonna say it's not, but like it actually looks dangerously close to her ass.
The hour is nigh. I must answer to the swarm.
Yeah, for the ecosystem benefit too. That's another thing. It's like people do hunt things to like. Some things overrun ecosystems and they totally change the ecosystem really quickly. So it's like hunting to keep things in check also matters. And yeah, some of the people that do that hunting, they do it for sport and ego, but it's also a necessity, so it needs to be done. So I don't see as much problem with that. That's where it's like, where poachers are poachers, where it's like they're doing it where it doesn't need to be done, where it shouldn't be done, and solely just for the sport or money of it. Like, that's fucking just, to me, it's basically animal murder. But, you know, animals don't actually have rights like that, so it can't be murder. Exactly, there has to be appreciation for what you're doing. You have to appreciate that you just took a life and that that life was on a path that would have contributed, and you've just changed that whole trajectory of everything that that life would have touched. And like, it might seem insignificant, and it might be insignificant even, but it might not be, or it might not have been. There's always a fallacy too, and like people just making assumptions of what would have been, and like you get that a lot in so much stuff. It's so weird. You'll have people like, oh man, I grew up like this. If I would have had this, I definitely would have grown up like this, right? And then you have other people who say stuff like, oh man, well, he grew up like that because this. And it's like, well, how do you know that if that person grew up with something else, that they would have not grown up differently? Like, how can you just say that this is because of X when you can't rewind the clock and test it a second time against itself as an A/B test? Like, time only goes forward. There's only a one-off. So like, to sit there and say, here's a good example, right? When you talk about like athletes or celebrities. Oh, hold on, I got an ad break. I'm gonna wait till after the ad break to talk about this. Yo, I'm gonna ask, don't use my name in chat, please, bro. I don't want people knowing what my name is. I know I might have mentioned it a long time ago before a couple times, but like, I don't want my name being dropped in chat. All good. Before the ad break, I was saying how like sometimes people say things like that was the reason, but like you can't go back and change the thing that happened to say that that was the reason, you know? And like a lot of things are one-off. Like let's say someone met somebody at a bar and that person heard their CD, and so they let someone else hear that CD, and then they became famous because of that, and that's why they became famous. Like, yeah, that's why you became famous. But sometimes you hear people say something like, if that never happened, they would have never been famous. It's like, how do you know that? How do you know that the next day that guy still wouldn't have met someone else that still would have made him famous? Like, you can't rewind time and see what would have happened in an alternate timeline. So like, people will say things as a de facto fact that they literally can never go back and test. And like, that's kind of weird to me because people just accept that shit. And I'm like, but how do you know that? Like, how do you're just assuming and you're making an assumption based off of success that that is how it is, that you can't go back and test. Like, it's so bizarre to me. Like, I get it a lot of the time, like 99% of the time you're gonna write, and a lot of 99% of the time you're gonna like do the same test and it's gonna end up the same. But like sometimes it's not, right? I hate this quest. Man, I was trying to do this one the other day too. I had this problem. This is where I logged off. I got fucking pissed off trying to find these stupid... Looks like everybody's doing it too. This quest is terrible. Here, let's have 8 cages and then have everybody share the cages and then fly around and have to fucking click the cages, and then the cages don't respawn for like 5 fucking minutes, and it's like, kill me now. Holy fuck. Most people assume fame is a product solely of luck, which a lot of it is. I'm just talking assumptions and all. I'm not really a fan of making assumptions about things. Well, here. I'm not a fan of making assumptions about things and then dictating it as a fact. If someone makes an assumption about things and they're going to make it clear that it's an assumption, an estimated guess, you know, anything like that, then it's a completely different thing. For me, it's all about transparency, right? And it's basically what it all comes down to, is intent and transparency in basically everything. If someone's trying to be intentful, to be racist, or intentful to be a jerk or an asshole, is different than when someone's not trying to intend to be and it just happens to be. And it's the same with transparency. If someone's trying to purposely be transparent, it shows you that they care about you as a consumer or a person or a friend. And when people are purposely trying to obscure what's going on, it shows you they have bad interests. And so those are two very major things that are important to me as a person. That's why I don't just see things at face value, like, oh, that person's racist, or that person's this, that person's that. I'm like, well, what's the intent? Right? What's the transparency here? What's this person's history? Like, I don't jump to conclusions and jump guns for that reason. I think I made a lot of mistakes in the past before because of that, and like, I don't know, I learned from my mistakes. How many more of these little things? 3. I need 3. Alright, homie, you have a good night. Catch you later. Man's living 5 minutes in the future. Bro, what the? Oh, fuck off, man. Can't be serious. Literally fucking one-shot me with his ability. What the fuck is that shit, man? Dude, this fucking dude. Dude, the fucking dude. Literally fucking me. Why are you such an asshole dickhead? Oh, because level scaling is stupid and you have 3.1 million health as a fucking rare spawn. Like, that makes any fucking sense. Fuck it, I don't even care about that dude anymore. I just want to get this last fucking chamber so that I can go and turn it in and do these quests. These quests are making me not want to level any more fucking characters. It's brutal.
The more your hatred roils within you. Everything that you are is mine to destroy.
This is your moment, Dalaran. This is everything that you have trained for.
What is fucking killing me?
You have my attention. They could not have done this without you.
Man.
Thank you.
We finally make it to 70? Yeah, we did. Oh, I was gonna say, he didn't level me up, you fucker.
Oh, hello.
You have the eyes of one who has traveled much.
As if I had enough to fit everything perfectly in my inventory. That's fucked. Okay. Drop this bitch. Oh.
I have many, many wares. Farewell, friend of the Grummles.
Where did that come out? There it is. Can I sell the meteor chip? Oh, okay. I'm so confused as to what was just going on there. Oh, he doesn't feel special now. That's right. Fuck off. There, your shiny fucking storm out, you idiot. Nobody likes your storm out. Nobody thinks you're cool on your fucking mount you paid for with money. Man, if I had a way to get like 3,000 more, I can do I can do a raid tomorrow. Yeah, I can do a raid tomorrow. Oh, hold on, I still have a couple of those. cool.
I'll trust you for now. Seek the truth.
Hold on. Actually, I think I have enough, right? Oh, maybe I need like another 1,000. Let's see. That's not. Where do you buy the shit? Where do you buy the shit?
Is there something you need?
Not
Go
from
on.
you.
I'm certain you have things to do.
Where is that dwarf? Where the fuck is Hammett? Okay, is this guy standing on him? Oh, he's floating on the disc.
my attention.
Duh. Need another 1,000. Fucking god damn it.
Safe travels.
What if I get 1,000 from my gear? That would be dumb. Let's not do that.
What's on your mind?
Right, no, I got that. So I got 1, 2, 3. So I can get both of these. And then the next guy level up will get that one. And that one. And then maybe one of these. And then the next one will get like 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. A bunch of them. Yeah, easy. So I still need that one too. Fuck. I think Hordon's cooler. Grab him first.
Watch your back.
Okay, let's see how much you get from one of these.
What do you want? Guard yourself. Do not share what I have said.
I have just the thing for you. Go in peace. Zan. It's good of you to visit old Auntie Stone Stout.
I am not Zan. I am Chen Stormstout.
Oh, Zan, you remind me so much of your father.
Tell me, what has happened here?
It is certainly a nice day outside.
Where are the other Stormstouts? Why are Hosen all over the brewery?
Have you seen the size of Esme's turnips?
Anti-Stormstout. Why is the brewery abandoned?
Abandoned? Oh, heavens no. Uncle Gao is in charge, while the others are beyond the wall. Isn't that exciting?
I see. And where is it now?
Crashing party. Me.
Oh, are you fucking kidding me? You're gonna what me in the what?
Come on and get your ook on. We gonna ook all night.
Bro, that was not cool. Get the fuck away from me! Bro, like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Like, are you gonna fight anything? Bro, this is so fucking stupid. Like, I'm in here with 3 people that are like level 20 to 35 and they're just running through here.
What's it? Are they... What are they doing to our elementals? Hey. Hey, you! Those are our flying... deer monsters?
Like, bro, this is so fucking stupid. Look, I'm sitting here doing this dungeon, and I can't keep up with the other 4 people. What? Level 37, level 36, level 20, and level 29. Okay? Why? Because they can run through the dungeon full speed without taking any fucking damage. And just through the dungeon. But guess what? I'm level 70. So since I got paired with a bunch of people that aren't level 70, I have to deal with level scaling. And since I'm level 70, everything one-shots me. So we have a bunch of people that are sub-level 40 running through a dungeon at fucking breakneck speed. And I can't keep up with them because if I get caught by anything, I instantly die. Like, this makes no fucking sense.
some corn. Yes, more corn. Yes, yes, yes. No, 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 no. Yes, no. Peppers. No! What is that thing? It doesn't matter. Nothing will stop me now. Not when I'm so close. Maybe if I don't look at it. Is it? Can it be? Such harmony of flavor. Such heady aroma. It is the perfect.
Holy fuck, thank God that's over.
What is your purpose? Seek the truth.
What can I do?
Alright, give me my other mount now, bro. Yeah, I've got two more to get. This one. 3,500. We'll get a Sky Surfer maybe. Got Riverwalker Bushan, we got that. Riding Goat, don't care about that. Yeah, I'll get a Riding Disc. Get the silver one. The golden one. That's stupid. The rest of my cranes. What?
Off with you.
Okay, so now I've got 208 total mounts. And I have 172 out of 200. Alright. Get this guy with the transmog.
I have just the thing, wanderer.
There we go. And log out. Fuck it. Go to an inn. And that's gonna be it for me for the night. I'll be live again tomorrow. Leveling up another character. And just fucking around. Like I always do. That's it. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 level 70s. Out of 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 13. Hmm. We'll do Druid next. Cool. Everything's set. Good for the night. And until next time, everybody, peace.